25k armor, 25% fist conversion, 21% less damage taken while setting still. It's actually 19% less. And molten shell. If the shape is locked, which he will be, he also can't crit me. All I know in this one's though, I'm tough gonna farm this boss.
Chaos all.
Just take it. Because with molten shell, I'm totally safe. There it is. There it is. Alright, one more whisper. Although this one's a bit... Honestly, this is the Uber I'm most scared of by far. The final Uber. Because I can't fucking mark the shaper that is slamming. I think I actually have to... I definitely have to shell it and dodge. I'm not gonna babe it. That would actually be a genuinely bad idea. I do get more targets to leech. Alright, chat. For the 7 out of 7. This could go bad. It's probably fine. But I mean, if he crits me without molten shell, could be bad. Let's do this chaos thing. Bro, I don't have leech. It is weird being only scared of one thing. Alright. Well, the fight was not won with gameplay, but with raw planning and overgearing. Get fucked. Get fucked, video game. Skills overrated. Skills overrated, chat. There it is, there it is. Alright, I'm going back to my real build. So basically, I cut my entire ascendancy and rolled my flask and everything just to get a fuck ton of armor As you can see, it worked, didn't it? Pretty good too, I'd say. Alright. Oh my god, I wish I was running determination. So that's good for me. Fuck! Oh, dude! Am I finally gonna re-roll Shazai? No. Chat, technically speaking, would it be stupid to re-roll this? Oh, no, dude. Well, if you think about it, no one that likes Speed of Lightning is probably gonna run Determination. How many do I have? Don't think about it. Just do it. Go. Just hit it. 1 in 3. Oh my god, it bricked. Although, it kind of is now insane, actually. That's like a really good jewel for another build, though. It kind of bricked into something arguably still really good. Not for me, though. Oh, I only had the one Peter Lightning Mushroom. No, dude. I might never see it again. Chat, I might never see it again. No. I guess I'll take that. 86 influence. I'll take that. Wow. I definitely think I swapped that. It's not gonna fuck me twice in a row, right? It's not gonna happen twice in a row. It actually swapped the dead mod for arguably a worse, well, not a worse one, but a pretty shit one. Fuck, man. Well, at least it survived. Ziz will want that. I might as well, literally, I just might as well put that in Guild Slash Resist now.
No small talk. Tell me what you think about the season.
How straight to the point you want my opinion here? I mean, are we?
Give it to us straight in.
This is mid as fuck, my dude. They went on BlizzCon stage and hyped the Gauntlet Leaderboard, which isn't ready at the release of the goddamn season, and then we have vampire powers and whips meshed into a pet. Like, I don't understand.
So you don't like pets?
I mean, I like that it's a pet. I'm kind of mid on it. I'll be honest. Like, it's like I looked at this UI and I'm like, so it's vampire powers. That was immediately what I thought.
What I thought it was is I thought it was Path of Exile. They give you two 4 links. They give you 12 skills, and the 40 skills that you attach to them. I mean, this is what I've been doing for the last month at Path of Exile is min-maxing my 5 support skills and I make my tornado shot do more damage.
I do like the support. So in my video I'm uploading right now, I just said that the one thing I liked about it is it literally looks like support tips from Path of Exile, where you can modify what types of damage, etc. to interact with the rest of the build. That is a step in the right direction. But it is attached to a mechanic that is a seasonal-based mechanic, not the core game, which is a little bit of a bummer. But I like the test of that. If I'm looking for positives, that is something I very much like. I think the quality of life changes were good. You got +1 stash tab to put more of the same legendary items. I think that's cool. I don't really understand the vault, to be honest. Why would I ever do it? Like, I'm not ready for legendary items at any point in this game.
I think you have to do the vault. I could be wrong. Maybe I have to read it again. I think you have to do the vault to level up powers.
But aren't those also attached to, it sounds like it comes from the Hellkite ground or something too? There's this point down below, right above where they're like, hey, we're delaying the gauntlet or whatever. There's this staunch the spread of arcane tremors, which sounds like a new colored Hellkite. But it's like it comes out of the ground, etc. It's just like a paragraph of lore. It doesn't really give us details, so I'm not really sure what that is, but it sounds to me like you can earn the shattered stones there, which you can use to craft the other thing. So it's not entirely, I could be misunderstanding this, it's not entirely clear to me, but it kind of sounds like we can get these stones in more places than just the vault. If it's just the vault, then that makes sense. I get that.
Okay, so if you do traps, the lesser monsters give you shattered stones. If you do elites, it gives you pearls, which is what I understand. This was like a lot of times I just don't understand. But I understand it's a juicing mechanic somehow.
Which I like. But same though, right? It looks like the...
Yeah, it's a way to juice it up. So the shattered stones do what?
You use the shattered stones at the jewelers to craft stuff. Like craft the stones that you don't have with it.
What about the two chase items? What about the Evernight and Genesis?
It could be cool. You know, chase items are cool. I like that. But it's double question mark, so I have no opinion on it because it's just a bunch of question marks. So it's the same thing that's in my head. It just says question mark, question mark. Hopefully they're really good. But here's my issue: is I don't feel a lack of power in Diablo 4. I don't know if you feel this way, but I feel like I have all the power I need. What I need is things to exhibit the power on. And what I got from this was more ways to grab power with new types of power, which is the companion. The companion is cool. We all like a pet. But then, why is my problem. So once we have the pet and we're juiced to the tits, what do we do with it?
Completely right. This is a problem that I've seen, actually, not just Blizzard, but other games make the opposite problem, where you're too afraid to give players at least very, very end-game ability to finally make a character that's actually really powerful and feels great. But usually, even in those games, when they finally hit the power, there's always something tweaked. So, the Abattoir is gone. I'm assuming I will one-shot him and barrel him again. I have no... Do you have any interest in farming Burial?
Absolutely zero. Are we doing it right now? Because it's already in the game.
I wonder how difficult the vaults could be, but... And, like, maybe they get really, really tough, but... Again, I'm trying to read through here. What I'm trying to do as I'm talking to you is I'm trying to read through and see exactly why do we do vaults. Because if you craft stone, or the, what are they called? Vaults
Tuning stones and, I forget the other one. Tuning stone and shattering stone.
Look at the others. Tuning and governing. If you can just craft them, stuff that you can do in the overworld by killing lesser enemies, why would you do vaults? Chat knows. I must be missing something. There has to be a reason to do them.
I'm not sure. I'm just gonna throw a wild guess out here, which it seems like, okay, Season 3 needs something. Let's take added powers, throw them in the game, modify them a little bit. We'll have leaderboards and gauntlets come out later on when everyone's super strong to test who is the strongest, and then call it a day. I don't really see a reason why I would play beyond this. Once I have the pet and try the pet, it's like, cool, I got the powers, and then oh what? That's where I'm stuck. It's like, what do I do once I have my little scorpion dude here, and I have all of the scorpion dude powers, and I'm like, oh, that's cool, I like poison scorpion dude. And about this pet thing. This came out of the left, which is cool. I'm not hating on the pet, but it's like the whole point was the gauntlet, and it's like, oh, by the way, it'll be here like, for all we know, the last month of the season, like AOZ was. Isn't the point of a leaderboard to race at the start? Why would I want to do a leaderboard when half the people have quit the game and only people are still playing it are people like us that are streaming the game 15 hours a day to make the strongest? But I'm not trying to compete with people that have 100 hours of game time already. Like, I want to race at the start.
It's kind of funny. So the Diablo 3 season came out last week. We did one final hurrah of that, where everybody's on having fun and everybody's racing. So we raced on EU, we raced on NA. I was very happy when I hit 1 and rank 1 to 70, rank 1 to 100, whatever. Rank 1 at the end of the day, at day 1. Okay, I think his actual words were, being happy to be first place at the end of day 1 is like having a 10-inch dick and you last 5 seconds. I looked at him and I said, I don't think I could possibly disagree with what you just said more. Because day 1 is like every single person is playing. There's no modders, there's no cheaters, there's no people with 10,000 Paragon. And it's actually the most exciting time and fun time to actually, I would argue, is the only time that matters. Because all the rest of it is...
Everyone's learning. It's fair. It's the most fair a race could possibly be. It's the second when no one knows what they're doing.
Yeah, I mean, let's say that this is delayed for 2 weeks. You don't stick with the game. And if you stick with the game, you're not really paying attention and learning theory graphing, da-da-da-da-da. By the time that it does come out, people are going to be level 100, the 21 glyphs, with the perfect min-max, max level pets, everything on it. Like, here, it would have been so cool. I think this is kind of like the point that you were trying to make. What would have been the most beautiful thing about the gauntlet would be to have seen the progression of the bits. The progression of, the rank 1 time use the poison scorpion. Oh, new tech in week 2, the thunder scorpion has this funny thing where it stuns all the enemies and gives you way more damage. And, oh no, week 3 tech W, it's actually this scorpion that we thought would never be good is actually way better. It would have been way more exciting. Instead, we're going to get it in like 3 or 4 weeks and everyone's going to have everything mostly figured out and all the times are going to be within like a second of each other.
Well, someone will figure out whatever's the most bug build. There will be a million evil barbarians one-shotting everything still. Or it's going to be an Uber race. Like, I don't want to have to farm Ubers immediately, because I know that in, a month or whatever this is dropping. It'd be kind of cool to, like, get through the gauntlet and be one of the first people to clear the gauntlet. And maybe you make the decision, okay, do I go try to farm an Uber and then go for the gauntlet? Does it require that? And now it's like, okay, well, if it's not out for, let's say it comes out in 30 days, if we're being generous, I have to decide, do I want to farm Ubers to be competitive for a month before it comes out and then go do it? No, I don't want to do that. I thought racing towards it would actually sound more fun. And in a month, I'm going to be playing Last Epoch anyway, so, like, not launching it on release is the biggest L they could have done, in my opinion. Which is a bummer. I'm not trying to like shit on the season either. It's just a bummer. Like they deflate the hype of these seasons every season, bro. They do this. I don't understand why they keep deflating the hype right before the start.
The most logical thing, there's like many things that point toward it. It's just wasn't technical. They just weren't ready. I think a lot of the Diablo 4 team, a lot of the devs, were probably putting in massive amounts of hours leading up to December, and they finally took all of their vacation time and tried to recuperate. They come back into the office in January, and you have a season to launch very, very soon, and it's not not uncommon to get an announcement like a week before something comes out. That's not usually what Blizzard does, though you usually let you know ahead of time. It's usually what they do. But it's not that big of a deal. But I don't think it was a conscious decision to switch that. I think they're just pressed for time and running behind, and it's they had to push something back. But well, maybe we can attract people to come into it. And there will be people with different opinions. There will be people that will declare it. They don't care that it comes out later. There's
it doesn't ruin the season for me. But if the season had a million other things, I'd be like, okay, that's fine. But literally, the balls you get the pet stuff. If we're understanding this correctly, and the only thing added to the season is literally the pet. So it's the season of the pet in which you get a pet, and that's the entire season. So if you like the pet, you like the season. But that's all there is. So I delaying the gauntlet for me is like, bro, this is happening.
Of fusing.
Yeah, I mean, it's at least half of it. I'd say it's half. As you said, one thing it will be fun at the very beginning. Get down in there, do some new stuff to get a pet, kind of try a couple of the abilities. That will be fun. Probably day 1 of season 3 is going to be really fun. But then,
Yeah, I agree. And then that's what I'm saying. You get the pet, you level the pet. The pet seems cool. I like the support style of it. If this is something they learn from net support style stuff, do everything in the game, then yeah, that will be a big W. But that's not what's happening right now. What I don't like is that it's making me concerned about itemization changes for season 4. Because it would be the same thing as like they say, hey, itemization changes are coming in season 4, and then it's okay. We'll tell you what. In the last month of the season, then we're going to change itemization. It's like everyone considers season 4 to be the itemization season. This season was considered and talked about as the leaderboard season. So when you come out and you say season 3 is season of the leaderboard, basically, and then you're like, just kidding, here's a pet, the leaderboards will come later. It's like, I mean, is it coming in 2 weeks? Because that's okay. If it's coming in like 2 months, then it's, it's kind of different.
I think Blizzard is, in a lot of these cases, is dealing with a double-edged sword, and they're not exactly sure what to do. I think, I know that the team is aware that, significant changes to the game are needed for it to feel like a complete game. Now, with that in mind, they work as hard as they can with the resources that they have to add those things to the game. Now you're faced with a decision. You can tell people ahead of time that you're bringing this new thing to the game, like leaderboards, or like an itemization revamp. Tell them ahead of time to gain favor with the community because they're listening and they're aware of the problems and fixing them. But simultaneously, that does set a deadline for you. But again, simultaneously, but you also kind of need to meet that deadline as well, because if you don't, a lot of people's faith in the game falls down. Then it comes back to the first step where you might not just have the resources to completely revamp the game in these amounts of time. So that in situations like this, and as you say, it raises questions about what will happen in season 4. Will we get the itemization revamp that we're hoping for in this season? I have a feeling, unfortunately, like potentially a meme is going to come out of this announcement where whenever Blizzard announces a season 8, season 9, season 10, people are always going to say, well, season 9 is the season of the new class. The new class is going to launch.
Chaos Hall.
Well, there's a couple issues I have with it. One of which is that the ARPGs run off Just kidding. Like, it will be here in whenever. You know, that's something to play by.
I think it's possible. Well, I think it's possible.
Of alchemy.
Do you think that's what's going on here? Do you think that they just don't have it done, and that's the delay, or do you think it's like to try to bring people back mid-season?
I don't think this is on purpose, if that's what you're asking. I think they fundamentally, since the launch of the game, have been behind. They're still behind. They're desperately trying. I have a split opinion of, like, I have empathy for devs who are trying to make a new game. I understand that point. I myself would push back against the people that just come into the chat and be like, fuck the Diablo 4 devs, they suck. Like, that's not how I feel. Right? They're trying to make a good game. I understand that. But then, as someone who wants to play video games, when I look at the game and I think, why would I play this when I can play fundamentally better games with my time that are arriving in the same cadence, by the way, with fewer employees, more content? Like, I have a split opinion of this. I completely empathize with them, but at the same time, everyone else can do it, and this company is, how many employees do we need before we can make a game? It's kind of how I feel about it. We can make a leaderboard. It's a leaderboard.
It's a leaderboard. Did Blizzard invent the ladders and the leaderboards? We don't even have a race to 100 yet. We don't even have a level counter.
Probably put all the goddamn depth on making the extra stash
Well,
Dude. Of alchemy.
How does it take to make a leaderboard? Did Blizzard invent the ladders? Do you think that's what's going on here? Do you think that they just don't have it done? That's the delay. Or do you think it's like trying to bring people back?
I don't think this is on purpose, if that's what you're asking. I think they fundamentally, since the launch of the game, have been behind. They're still behind. They're desperately trying. I have a split opinion of, like, I have empathy for devs who are trying to make a new game. I understand that point. I myself would push back against people who come in the chat and be like, Diablo 4, they suck. Like, that's not how I feel. Right? They're trying to make a good game. I understand that. But then, as someone who wants to play video games, when I look at the game and I think, why would I play this when I can play fundamentally better games with my time that are arriving in the same cadence, by the way, with fewer employees, more content? Like, I have a split. I completely empathize with them, but at the same time, everyone else can do it, and this company is how many employees do we need before we can make a game? It's kind of how I feel about it. We could make a leaderboard. It's a leaderboard, dude.
It's a leaderboard. Did Blizzard invent the ladders and the leaderboards? We don't even have a race to 100 yet. We don't even have a level counter.
Probably put all the goddamn depth on to make the extra stash. We'll try it. Maybe we'll just some
Well, how many people do you think the leaderboard?
It's like that joke of how many people would take the screw on light bulb, dude. Like, how many people would to make a leaderboard, dude?
Well, it's not like you're
All of alchemy.
leaderboards and ladders.
Oh well. It is sometimes. I find every person who's been playing the game has different super builds already. Going to go up against the bug, one shot and everything, and I'm not going to do the gauntlet anyway, so I guess it don't matter.
You see, Dove, your faith in this seems to be growing by the moment.
Bro, so over. Like, you know how many times, every goddamn time I just wrote back and like, no, D4, over here.
Orb of fusing.
And it's like, man, it's like, what? This is going to take me away from building my flaming two-handed axe, volcanic fissure build over in PoE. Like, it's not going to do it. Like, I'm not going to spend 3 weeks on this scorpion pet.
Orb of fusing.
I'm not going to do it, dude. I'm going to play the pet, it'll be alright, and then I'm going to go play PoE again, otherwise keep popping the launch. I already know how this is going to play out. And then the leaderboards will come back. I'll come back with a character that's like level 92, like on board, and then I'm going to realize I can't do the leaderboards anyway. I have to quit. itemization is when I lose it. If itemization changes are like this, where it's like, okay, we're announcing we're changing itemization just so that you know we're changing itemization. The itemization changes themselves.
Orb of Alchemy.
Still has problems. Then, like, I don't know. The problem is apathy is death with these games. So when the people still care, right now I'm annoyed because I still care. I want the game to be good. I want Blizzard to have a W with Diablo 4, and I want the other ARPG and the season to come out. I can rotate between them. The perfect scenario for me is
Orb
last week,
of Fusing.
all have seasons. Unfortunately, and I love it every time. Unfortunately, every time Diablo 4 shows up, it's like the
Chaos
that
Orb.
annoys you that you can't get away from, and it shows up just to piss you off again. And it's like, I'm not, you know, I would like it to be good, so I still have some hope. But faith and hope are very different things, Rex.
So, I, with your general sentiment, I agree with, and I'm not exactly sure why. I think I might be a little bit more positive. One of the things that really surprised me was that I thought it was going to be dog shit. It really wasn't. It was a lot better than I thought it was. It was like the vampire powers. I thought when the announcement first came out, in the video I posted on YouTube, I said, "You explain to me how this is different than in Hearts. This is not going to feel different." And I was just completely wrong. They have shown the ability to do something different. Like, you've never seen this with anything. Path of Exile, like, people love pets. Just the fact that they got a little pet coming for them. I think that's going to appeal to an audience. The casuals aren't going to give a fuck about the gauntlet. They don't care about racing. The tryhards, all of the people in chat, you and I, we care. A lot of them are not going to care. Now, if they just endlessly do things that are just going to be good for the masses, not good for anybody, magnifying glass that's actually paying attention, then yes, like, part of my faith every single season slowly chips away. And I'm not in the business to hype something up that is not hype worthy. I don't think it's something that people are actually going to enjoy. I think there's the possibility that this season theme of the pets could be more fun than it appears on paper. But, I don't know.
Like, you could be right. If Diablo 4 is fundamental, like I said in my very first review, is that I don't think this game was made for me, it's made for you. And by you, I was referring to the people sitting on the couch drinking one beer, playing for an hour a day. And that, unfortunately, remains true. So, I might be highly annoyed because what I would like is a game that would give me 5,000 hours of gameplay, but maybe that's just not what this is. And if it's not what it is, that's fine, because that just means I'm not going to play it. I'll play something else. But it's what I would think is that the game was built upon people that do grind like yourself. I mean, how many years do you play D3 in a row, my dude? Right? It's built off that community, and so you would think this game would basically cater itself to that style of player, but instead it caters itself to the other style of player who will only show up to see what the pet's about and then leave and buy a skin on the way out the door. That's cool. I mean, you can do that, but that don't mean I'm going to play it for longer than like 50 hours every week at the most. It is what it is, you know?
Yeah, so something about D3, I don't know how much you played it before, but D3 is, especially now, usually touted or perceived as probably the easiest ARPG to get loot for, probably the most casual friendly. I don't know if you know this, but right after you level up to 70, you have to do some quests, which, I don't know. For me, it doesn't take long, but even for a very casual person, let's say it takes them a few hours, it's just not difficult at all. Once you have done that, you get a full
Chaos
You go
Orb.
from doing, like, there's 16 levels in the game. You go from doing level 2 to level 16 next. So, Diablo 4, in terms of how the progression goes in the game, is a lot more fundamental in how easy it is, as you're saying, to gain all this power. And PoE is a lot more like D2, where you are just suffering, grinding. You grind forever. There's no thing where you can get a full set for free. And it appeals to very, very different audiences. Everybody is looking for, like, content PoE has, or grind Diablo 2 has. It's just not currently present in Diablo 4. I think something more like Diablo 2. I still think Diablo 2 is the best Diablo game I've ever released.
Well, here's the thing about that. So I played a lot of D3 because I had a call center job where I would row in barbs and I would work from home and just take, like, people yelling at me about their bill, and I'd just sit there and I would row in barb and just farm, okay? But I never played D2, right? So when I went through D4, I was like, oh yeah, this is kind of what I remember, like, this is Diablo. But then I got into Path of Exile, and Path of Exile basically ruined D4 for me, because I'm like, oh shit, I should have been playing D2 this whole time. Like, I like this idea of super grindy, like, get your different items, and, you know, I like the way the itemization was so much more. You can kind of build your own style character, etc. And then I started to realize, because I still haven't really played D2 that much, I did the campaign one time, I started to realize what everyone was talking about. With the complaints and with why people were playing games like Path of Exile, so I started to get it. And so then I started playing Path of Exile more and more, and I just got roped in more and more. I have more fun every day than I had my first day in Path of Exile, but it's complete opposite with D4, so I don't understand what the in-game goal is. If you're only catering to people that will play the game for 20 hours and quit because it's casual, and you're not catering to people that, as they play the game, fall in more in love with the game. If the in-game of your game is to quit the game, to play a different game, I don't understand what the plan is with people, is where I'm coming at it with. I'm starting to not understand it, because it's like, people that play this game will get sucked into the RPGs and then want more, and there is no more, and then they're just gonna play something else. So, like, the end game of this game is to play a different game. I kind of don't get it.
Well, I don't. So this is how I perceive it going. Like as a serious conversation. Like, if there's a Blizzard board meeting talking about Diablo 4, and they ask themselves, by the way, the player count of Diablo 4, if you look at the stats, is way higher than people think it is. I think there's still hundreds of thousands playing every single day. Yeah, I think if you ask the board of Diablo 4, I don't think that they measure success at all about a lot of the things that you and I care about as major masters. But I think in, like, a board of directors meeting for Path of Exile, that's definitely board. It's much more of a game built for us. I think if people sit down with directors and they have a new season coming out of their heads, you can level them up, gives you a lot of powers. Leaderboards communicated, and casuals don't really care about the leaderboards. And they got some really cool skins in the shop, and this and that, this and that. I would imagine that if you meet with the board of directors, like, perfectly fine with that, and they say that that's okay. I think as one of the campfires, I don't know if it was a campfire or where it was, but it was some kind of comment that Diablo 4 will never become this insanely difficult, super grinding game. But then the interesting thing is, with the delay of the content gauntlet, what has it become? Well, the only way that we have a chance is to level 100, level up all of the glyphs to 21, and then you need to kill Uriel in 24 that until the day launches and hope they can get the Shaco and the Numerator and the Grandfather or whatever. It's become a grindy game of stuff that isn't even fun.
I don't know, man. It's hard for me because what I see is I see them reading comments, reading feedback, and directly attempting to implement that feedback. Like, for instance, everyone is spamming the in-game anonymization. What do? They go up and list on stage, and they literally spam the word in-game so many times to let you know that they're listening to what you're saying. So if they had this plan of like, okay, look, Diablo is not going to be what you think it's going to be. It is going to be a different style game. We're going to Paso Clashers audience. Then so be it. But that's not what they seem to be like. They don't know what kind of game they actually want to make, and instead they're listening to the feedback. So it's hard for me to like look at it and be like, you know what? They have their own plan. It's not made for sweat lords like me. That's fine. I'll enjoy the game for what it is. When they listen to sweat lords like us, and then they implement that feedback into the game, why would they move that direction if that's not the audience they are attempting to acquire? It's sort of confusing for me. So what I see is I don't see a game that actually has a plan. Like I see them implementing feedback on a 3 to 6 month out scale as they're hearing the feedback. So they go back, they read Reddit, they listen to our YouTube ranty videos, and everyone else in the community, and they say, okay, well, we need to fix. We have to fix items. Everyone hates items. Let's fix items. Okay, give us 6 months, we'll fix items. And by then, it's going to be, okay, there's a new complaint. We'll do 6 months. If they had their own plan, they would just say, no, itemization is staying because of these reasons, and in-game is going to be something different. We have our own plan. But that's not what I hear. I hear them attempting to implement what they think the people want at the same time. So it's confusing for me that we get these feedback directly recognized and then mentioned and stated, we hear your feedback, we want to add in-game, we want to add the things that the people are asking, but then we at the same time we get a pet and a gauntlet. So I don't know, man. I want to be positive. I want to be like, all right, you know, D4 save, D4 can be good and all that, but then every time I see something like the leaderboard can, so that it's like, all right, well, once again, the season's bumming me out.
I think their overall direction and leadership of Diablo 4 has changed multiple times. I think that's actually been documented. People have done videos about who is left and da-da-da-da-da. I think it has had a little bit of an identity crisis. But again, if I go back to the boardroom, let's say that's happening. Let's say Diablo 4 launches and, okay, it sold a bunch of copies, but the content creators are saying this, the numbers and the data are telling us this. We want to do all these endgame things, but we don't have the time to do that, da-da-da-da-da. If you're in the boardroom and you're trying to make some decisions, the things that will make you money are appealing to the masses, which is, you know, the cool pet, come play for a week and get a battle pass, da-da-da-da-da. But another thing about it is, in my opinion, it's much easier to make a game for the masses. It's much easier to make something that's very simple, fun, and very rewarding versus crafting this intricate path of progression which feels difficult but feels so rewarding, and putting in these endgame things which drop in these certain ways. You know, one thing that I have come to appreciate the last year or so playing Diablo 4 that I think I just took
Chaos.
Other games in the past is it's not just the fact that you put a super endgame chase item into the game. A lot of it is how you acquire it. So when I think of like Diablo 2, if you're trying to make an enigma, how in the F are you going to find a jaw and a bear? Well, you're going to have to do some very, very specific blasting. You can farm anywhere that you want, and for some reason that felt very fun and rewarding. Really does a very good job of it. even in this season that's so juicy, you find it makes a lot of headhunting things. In my opinion, I don't know how retail WoW is working right now. The old school WoW did a great job. Bro, when I was going through the main raids of Sunwell, Black Temple, you go once a week. You go with all your friends, just praying at your item drops, and sometimes there's another class or another player that's the same class as you. So you have to share the wealth, but when you finally get that piece, it makes you feel like $50. Just the fact that the shack exists, but you put it behind the burial and it's not funny, and it's makes me appreciate the whole design process of how do you act out and how do you acquire it as well. So if they're still having an identity crisis, man, I am not going to be surprised if they shift the development toward a more casual audience even further. This would be probably a good campfire question for them. Like, not even a malicious question. Just honestly wondering, how does the team feel about the direction of the game? I'm not talking about specifics. I'm not talking about fixing itemization. I'm not talking about excited that the expansion is out with the new class. Just at the high level, how does the team envision Diablo 4 evolving? What kind of player is Diablo 4 made for?
If the answer is the game is not made for me, then that's okay. I just need to know that. That's what I'm seeing every time, which means when I come back and I look for things that are things and it's not there, I won't constantly be surprised because I know it's not made for my type of player that has no life, that's considered a grind things. Oh my gosh, it is. And that's okay. Like, that's not what it is, and that's okay. But it feels to me like it's attempting to be that still. It's attempting to be a collector in this way of the game. So,
you're getting that vibe from Diablo 4.
I'm still am, because itemization changes, the feedback that's being sent, talk about in-game is their number one point, and in terms of in-game, most of the stuff that's in the game right now, most players will not. A lot of players, in fact, most players could do it if they wanted to, but most players will not do it. And you could argue that's because the game is not as enjoyable, therefore your attention isn't there, but most players won't complete it. So there's enough content for the average person who picks up the game, plays it a little bit, when they're calling for with their buddy or something, the same way that I play games super casual. There's enough content for that. But if they are attempting to make it more than that, make it the type of game where it's like a main game that people play, not just a one season, then that requires in-game, which is basically what they constantly state over and over and over again. So what I feel is like saying, hey, hardcore players, we hear you. You want to add more of hardcore in-game itemization, the gauntlet, leaderboard, want to add more of that stuff. Because that's what they do. But then see a new season comes and it's over their pet. And I'm not saying I hate the pet. I like this season. I think that's a cool idea, but I feel like these seasons are basically they're testing ideas to see if they should add them to the core game or not. And it doesn't feel like the actual game is being done. So it's like, hey, AOZ, let's add AOZ to the game. We'll call it content. Add it to the game in order to see if it's well received. If it's well received, we'll add it into the core game. It seems like they're always hedging their bets and trying to figure out what they actually need to add to the game and what will satisfy the people for in-game. AOZ is just not for me, in my opinion. In fact, it's one of the most boring games I've ever played in the game. So the Gauntlet and the leaderboard, I was kind of hoping to get a bit of an answer to at least the season portion of it, and if it's well enough implemented, it would give me enough hope. It would be like, okay, well, they're working on in-game. This is an 8-bit. A couple more of these and we're good. But, it's not here yet. So it's delayed at probably the worst possible time to play it. And then if I log in, it's literally only for this pet. Because there's nothing else in the game. If I log in, it's to play with the Scorpion. That's the entire season, my dude.
Yeah, so about hedging the bets. Hedging the bet and hedging the bets and almost certain that the timing of this is not a coincidence. Testing the powers of a pet, testing the power levels and the favorability of a pet with you and doing damage, stuff like that. Because the leak for the expansion said that one of the features that the expansion will bring are followers. So this is about 9 months ahead, 10 months ahead, or whatever of that expansion. This is probably going to give them some very nice learnings for their expansion when they inevitably release the followers that they haven't announced. Everything else in that leak was accurate, so we can only I'm assuming that that leak will be true as well, so that's something that they're definitely testing. I agree with you. One thing for me, and maybe I have a different opinion on it, but I don't see where Blizzard is making Diablo 4 for sweat lords with almost anything that they do. For example, when they announced that itemization is going to be revamped, and simultaneously I think they said something to the effect of, hey, we don't know if you need loot filters after our itemization revamp, and they even meme themselves the damage on Tuesday thing. That, to me, that itemization revamp does not scream to me endgame sweat lord crafting. It screams to me, you're going to simplify the stats. It's going to be plus to all stats, and damage, and attack speed, and crit, and elemental damage. To me, I can't really think of anything that they've done that has been really for the sweat lords, except for the abattoir that didn't really go very well. When they released Uriel, even for a casual player, if you have a decent build, is a pretty easy kill for almost anybody. It's 1,000 times easier than Lilith. He drops all the best loot in the game that was previously inaccessible. I mean, I'm not saying that was the wrong decision. It was the right decision. That also was not a sweat lord move. All you gotta do is do a Hell Tide and do this and that, and go kill a free boss.
Is your take then that you think they're actually making this game like to be the casual ARPG on the market, while at the same time attempting to placate the people who are still playing the game that are not that audience? Do you think that's kind of the move where they're doubling down on the casual side of it? They're like, here's a pet.
I would say my opinion is pretty close to what you said, yes. I think Blizzard's most core value that they're going for is it needs to be fun and enjoyable for the masses. And a lot of what the sweat lords, people think like you and I are aliens compared to them. I'm a dad, I have 38 jobs, I have 17 kids, and I get to play for 3 minutes a month, and Rax sits there in his chair in his piece of shit blue hoodie, and I hate him, and everything that he thinks about the game is nothing that I think about the game. It is true that we have very different experiences. At times we have very different wants for the game. But people think that we're aliens. We can't possibly agree on anything. I mean, there's a lot of things we can easily agree on. Like, we don't have enough stash space. Farming Duriel all day is not fun. The damage on Tuesdays is not fun. There's a lot of feedback that Blizzard can take away from the sweat lords that just make everything better, which they're trying to implement, as you said, in like a knee-jerk fashion without always like a very detailed, well-thought-out roadmap, I think because of their leadership changes. And I do think that they would like to make some endgame stuff to make it exciting, but I don't think that's their top priority at all. That's not the feeling that I get. Is that not how you're feeling? Is that not the feeling that you have?
Well, I think the actions give me that feeling. I think the words give me a different feeling. I think when and they go up there and they say in-game, 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 itemization, itemization, itemization. I hear that, and I think they're hearing what we're saying in terms of there's not enough things to do. But then the actions are, here's a pet, and I'm sorry, but like that's not in-game. That's literally the start of the game. The seasonal quest line last time took about 15 minutes to beat that thing. Okay, I'm exaggerating, but it's a few hours. You beat the season quest line, you're done. You go farm your powers, you're done. There's the season. Hearts you literally got like 30 minutes into the thing, you have some of your hearts. So the seasonal editions, the actions are proving what you are saying correct. The words that I hear, and I think that their words seem to be the opposite. But in terms of what is smarter for them to do, probably casual. I mean, why would you compete with other Sweatlord games when you can make the entry-level points for more people? I get the logic. I can't hate on that logic, especially because it probably is an overwhelming success when you take a look at the internal data. So I can't hate on that. And they probably actually don't give too much of a fuck about people saying otherwise when the numbers...
Ja, wat? Wat is er te eten? Wat bedoel je, wat wil ik eten? Ik weet het niet. Ik weet het niet. Voor mij maakt het niet uit. Ik heb last van mijn keel, dus moet wel makkelijk weg te werken. Ja. Ik heb dit goed, want het gaat makkelijker door de zon en dan terug weg.
On their insurance. I can't hate on that. I get it, but that doesn't mean I'm going to play the game, you know. And so I don't know how much people like me and you actually have an impact on these games at all. I'd say probably fairly minorly, but I know that when I look at this, I'll be like, I would test out the pet. I would try the pet. Then I will play for the gauntlets here. I will go back and try the gauntlet, and hopefully the hype is still there enough that I actually care about the gauntlet. That's what I think when I look at this. Now, if that is detrimental to their game, probably not. I'm just one dude sitting in Alaska. But if you're asking me, when it comes to someone like me at least, and I see other comments, and I'm reading the comments right now on my YouTube video I just put out, everyone's roasting this, and I don't know if that's just because it's the YouTube meta. I don't know if that's just because the people that are more vocal tend to be the people in the negative, or I don't know if that's how everyone feels. But I don't have that data to be able to tell you. All I can tell you is the people I talk to and the gameplay that I play makes me not want to play it. That's all I have to work on. I think you're right about the actions are speaking to casuals, but the words I had heard were speaking not to casuals.
Yeah, I mean, I think obviously they would like to strike a perfect balance of both. They would like to make a perfect game, like every company would like to do, which is great for the casuals and great for the in-game sweats. I will double down on what I said. I think this is pretty logical that it's significantly harder to design a game with the sweat works and make it feel very rewarding and try to get them hooked on the game. So when you're pressed for time, pressed for resources, and you just gotta get something out that is going to be functional and work, you just go the route of making something for the masses, and everything for the super endgame players can just get pushed back. So content creators may not like it, want to play 15 hours a day. That's the 1% of the 1%. Whatever, they can make their YouTube videos, whatever, it doesn't matter. And your revenue will probably be, yes, close to the same. Because all the casuals that come in and buy the battle passes will like the pets. They'll like the little patch notes, which we'll see. And I guess we'll see if people are going to like the patch notes. I think we might be seeing massive quota nerf, overpower nerf, all lightning nerf. We'll see how much people like that. Even though you can't fault Blizzard for it, they need to implement it into the game. It's not gonna win everybody over. To your point about how much impact do we have on the game, close to nothing. Another thing about it is, I don't think a lot of these companies have the ability to pivot on anything quickly anyway. Usually when we give feedback, like for example, because there's no PTR here, we're just going to launch the season and something could be really bugged, you snapshot this, you do that, this synergizes with this accidentally buffs this 10 times over, and well, now you have the choice of let people play this super bug build, or you fix it and piss everybody off who leveled up one character based around this glitch. PoE does no PTR, and that's fine, but I think PoE is very, very quick to shut down these massive, like they're watching these massive problems. Never got the feeling that Blizzard did it very quickly on these, although, to their credit, they did fix the avatar pretty quickly. Fixed that within a few days. So that was nice. But yeah, I don't know, I'm kind of surprised. If they do a PTR, they've never invited me to it. I'm kind of surprised they don't let people go in and test some of this stuff that I think would help a lot of these go a lot smoother, man.
I would assume they're worried about leaks, you know? You have everyone that knows everything, and then one or two people leak it or something, and then they have another PR storm that's 2 months ahead of the season release, which is just like, season 3 is only a pet, and then you have to deal with that PR for a while in time where they're already struggling with PR. I can understand the risk versus reward proposition from their side of things. At least that would make sense to me. I'm curious though, obviously I'm dead on the season 3. I'm curious what you're thinking. Is this exciting you? I mean, from your standpoint, I know we talked about this game's probably more for the casual audience, and they're probably doing a good job for the casuals. But from where you're sitting, me and you have both been PoE converts. We've been grinding the game a lot. I've seen clips of you seem like you're really enjoying the game. I know I'm really enjoying the game. Is this exciting you? Is this going to make you play for a while? What are you thinking?
So, based upon a lot of the comments that I've read and some of the sentiments, I would say my opinion is a little bit more favorable than others. So that we've already talked about a lot of the bad stuff. I think some of these things might actually be pretty cool. So, the thing that is making me excited for it is these combinations of these supports for the pet. Again, if I had a PTR, I could work some magic here and figure out a lot of things, but just looking at some of the combinations of these powers, I think might enable some pretty incredible builds, or even some builds that already exist that maybe take a lot of points in like resource generation, for example. Might be able to take them out. Another example is one of the pet's attacks has the ability to make the monsters burn. Well, a lot of sorcerer builds take an entire enchantment slot just to make the monsters burn. Well, now that you get that free, not only can you take all of the passives for burning, but now you can get an entire extra enchantment slot, which is a massive buff. And I do think there's going to be some really cute combinations with the Theory Crafters that will actually either make new builds or edit the current builds, not only to do more damage, to have a way higher quality of life. Like, your pet tanks for you and you have infinite mana, da-da-da-da-da. It goes back to your point of, but for what, Rax? Okay, your Theory Craft is a pet. Okay, you made this infinite teleport, everything is burning, million enchantment slot, chain lightning sorcerer that can never run out of mana, that one-shots everything. And then you're going to take that and go do what? You're right, there's nothing to go do with it. But I would enjoy the process as a loser, as a Theory Crafter, of creating these builds for people. Have you tried this Necro build? This Bone Spear build is completely broken with this pet combination. Watch this guy do this. Go try this. Is it something that's going to give you prolonged enjoyment for 3 months for the entire season? No. But it might give you a chance to theory craft some really nice builds for the gauntlet, which would be cool if it would come out beginning, so we can see the progression of the builds as they go along. But yeah, I think the supports here make me kind of excited for the season from the theory crafting part.
You like putting together builds, and this will obviously add more options to that. Yeah, but this is going to mix things up for the. I wonder if it's the type of situation where this is kind of how the seasons will go, where we have the playground that is the open world and the nightmare dungeons, etc., and then they just mix up the way you play the playground instead of adding new schools to the playground. It's okay. Well, here's some new ways to interact with what's already there. It's kind of what seems to be going on here.
Yep.
And where Durio is new, though. Things like that are new.
Yeah, and another thing is people are telling me that this PC Gamer article, have you looked at this yet?
No, let me put that.
Excuse me. The PC Gamer article has answers to our questions. Some of the answers to our questions. So let's look at this for a second here. So your Seneschal can't die, and it scales with your character's power. So you don't want to get to a point where your Seneschal is useless. That doesn't exactly answer my question of does the Seneschal obtain, your powers? Is it just, it scales off of your attack power and your health, or if you get an ability that gives you 50% more crit, do they get 50% more crit?
Here's an interesting thing, too, that's new. Is guaranteed item power of 925 drops various activities up to level 75, including tier 90 plus 9.
Yep, I knew that one. Wait, 6 new unique items.
You didn't see that anywhere. I just saw that, too. The new uniques could be interesting.
Dude, why is the best source of information on the patch notes not the Blizzard blog?
Maybe there's okay, here, can I get my copium box for a moment? So maybe what's going to happen here is this gauntlet will be available in more details in the future blog. Maybe we're about to get a blog post on the 18th, or a more detailed follow-up, sooner rather than later. That's going to give us details on the reason the gauntlet's not coming out is because of this really good news piece, and the gauntlet will be available, 1 week after launch or something, and then it's kind of everyone's got a week to get through it.
Saluting Spectre.
I give that a 0% chance of happening.
Yeah.
A 0?
Yeah. Well, okay, you're ready for my real copium? Is that druids actually have a pet now that does something.
Hey, do you know Criparian?
Yeah. Oh, crap, I watched him for a year straight on Hearthstone.
So did I. Crip, do you want to join the call with us? You want to jump on a call and give us your thoughts?
Let's do that.
Let's see if Crip is available. He's in and out doing errands. All right.
Good try. Shot your shot. Give him a
Try. The goat is here. But back to my question. I'm sorry. Why is there more information in the PC Gamer article than in the blog post?
Yeah, if there's 6 new unique items, that should be in the post.
Is there
we didn't get
is
to
there
the
a sponsorship here, PC Gamer, they have a deal where I don't get it. Is this a lot of this stuff is super important and it's not even in it, unless I missed it, but I read it a few times, but I've proven over the years that I can't read, but
they're saving it for the campfire chat, bro. They're saving it for the campfire chat, I guarantee you. So they have some positive news for the campfire, which is you get the unfortunate responses out of the way now, which is what's happening with us, and then after that, you you go to the campfire chat and you have something positive. So you get all the negativity out of the way, and then you're like, by the way, new legendary items, which we knew was coming. I mean, legendary seasons, yeah, specs. And then you have the uniques. This makes sense to me. People saying you go to the forums. Okay. So do we go to the forums? Hold on.
Okay, now we're here.
How do we? Where's the forums? I never use the forums.
You know what these seasonal dungeons kind of remind me of? They remind me of the Trials of Ascendancy. Now that I see this picture. Does this look like, Trials of Ascendancy to you guys? Yeah, so I'm on diablo4.blizzard.com/upcoming. I got this case in the chat. Here. This looks like the Trials of Ascendancy.
Okay, I must be missing something because I went to the forums and I just see a link back to the other thing. Let me see what you're talking about.
It's so nice if we can click on these images and make them bigger.
So it says in-game boss update. If I click on it, it just says we get more sigils for the beast device. Okay.
Okay, now here it gives you even more info and says that there's 6 new uniques and 7 new legendaries. In-game boss update.
Okay, well that's cool.
Well, whatever you do, don't click it and read it.
Yeah, no, it just says new sigils for the beast device. It's like in-game boss update, but it's like a singular boss, and you can just do the one more than no one does anyway.
I told you not to click it, Ian.
Yeah, well, I had already read it. You didn't want me to fast enough there, buddy.
It's last epoch all over again.
Well, last epoch's gonna do pretty good in February. So I think they should have put at the bottom of the patch notes like we didn't want to derail the hype of last epoch launch, so we're delaying the comment.
Jesus Christ. You hate Blizzard, don't you?
No, I'll be honest. I'm just hoping for something. That is out right now.
So, did it answer anywhere? You currently get enough of the little, what are they called, ashes, to max all of your blessings, right?
Yeah.
So, now they have added new blessings.
Yeah, I saw that, the new urns, yeah. Which are related to the season number.
You're like, okay, so do these new ones replace the old ones and it's still the same total number?
Good question.
Or
it says 3 new, but it didn't say anything about removing the old ones, so maybe you have to choose.
Yeah.
It says the bonuses gained from the 5 season blessings only last to the end. So there's 3 new ones, but it says 5 total. So then it must and adding these 3 to replace something else.
Okay. So it's the XP gain, the longer shrine stays, and the actual. Okay, so they're rotating. Okay. A clockwork mount. Compare the battle passes.
I'm trying to find the new legendary aspects. Doing some digging. And so far I've been unsuccessful.
You'll find out some in the blog post. Well, after 3 different sources, the blog post, the upcoming, and the PC Gamer article, I think we're starting to piece together what's going on here.
I would think they just really want that with the January 18th live stream to be popping, so they're having some info for that. I mean, that's the thing that makes sense to me, I guess.
the season, if they wanted the campfire to be popping, why didn't they release this blog post after the thing? Make a whole major announcement.
Fair point, Rex. Fair point.
That was the strategy. I think you could have built so much more hype for it if you would have done the campfire chat first.
Show a big release of the live with some gameplay footage.
Yeah, imagine like here's Darth microtransaction. We gave him a level 100 air druid, and he let him take his pet. Watch him do this nightmare dungeon 100, and he can describe to you what powers he get through his pet. Watch DM go do a vault. Again, I made this mistake last time, so I'm not stupid enough to make the same mistake again. Last time I said the vampire powers exactly like the malignant hearts, and it's gonna be dog shit. Vampire powers were a lot better than the malignant hearts. It was a lot of fun. Go murder all the vampires and level up your powers. They made a huge difference. Chemo made a huge difference leveling up, and the metamorphosis and whatever it was to apply the curses actually gave a little bit of a different gameplay with the pulse will and stuff. It was better than I gave it credit for. I think
it could be this. I'm being a little harsh, to be fair, on the pet thing. I actually do like the pet part of it because of what you're talking about with the support chips. I think I'm just more salty. There's not more to it than the gauntlets delayed. But like, I actually do think the pet is cool. I'm not shitting on the pet. I just wish it was not season of the pet. I thought it was season of the gauntlet, but it's like a bait and switch. Gauntlets incoming in the pit. So I'm just annoyed by that. But now the support gym part, if it's a beta test for like, hey, we're gonna add support gyms into Diablo 4, cool. Like, support gyms are one of the coolest parts of Path of Exile.
One thing that genuinely surprises me, it wasn't a perfect system, and there needs to be various updates to it in different areas. But Blizzard already made one of the greatest, in my opinion, progression systems, crafting systems ever in an ARPG. Runeworks. Again, they're not perfect. There's some things you need to change. If you remember, the original idea of Diablo 4 was to bring back runes, but they were completely different. Like, it was a completely different system than the old Runeworks, with the same name, and it was severely nerfed. Like, some runes were going to be prefix runes, some runes were going to be suffix runes, you could only stock it 2 runes into an item. They were going with that, and then they completely changed their mind, and then they completely changed their mind again. And then they launched with this itemization. And then they said they're redoing itemization completely in Season 4. What I would like to do is, can I call a timeout here? Can we call it? Timeout. Let's open up fucking Diablo 2, and let's put the Runeworks system on a whiteboard. And let's write down the 10,000 things that are great about it. And let's write down the 40 things that are bad about it. Let's try to minimize the bad things. Let's take the good things and further double down on them or make them even better with some new twists. And put it in the goddamn fucking game. I don't fucking understand. You've already made one of the greatest things ever. But can you explain to me how that was not the course of action the entire time? I don't understand.
Let me ask you a question, Max. Let me hit you with a real stumper here. why would crafting save the game with detailed crafting if the items for crafting are these still boring ones? I think the problem is they can't add crafting to the game until they change itemization entirely, and then you can craft items that actually matter. Imagine spending like 30 hours to farm currency, do a Path of Exile style crafting just to get damage on Tuesdays because it's good stat. I think they have to fix the stat lines first. Crafting would be a huge W, but I don't know how they do that without adding like actual items into the game. Also, speaking of items, so a little bird told me that I could say this. They are releasing the legendary aspects today. Don't have any ETA on it, but we will get that info here shortly.
So, first of all, to your question, I completely agree with you. First, you need to fix the base itemization, and then implement crafting on top of it. That is 100% for the moment that we are sitting here and we want to have operations. That is the only way that you can do it. What I'm speaking about is, why wasn't this the idea from the first day that you were creating Diablo 4? My question is, why didn't they have this idea, this plan, from the very first day? Why they wanted to do runes and rune words, but when they announced it, they would go back 5 years and look at the blog post or whatever. They completely changed it, and everyone was so mad. And then they just scrapped the entire thing. And then here's the thing with the game. When the game launches and Blizzard says we need to do an itemization revamp, that is admitting that something has gone wrong, right? They have not delivered on their vision for the game. So, even after all those years of development and the launch, and we'll see on Season 4, we still haven't hit the vision of, or maybe we don't even know what the vision is, or what itemization should be in Diablo 4. And that's pretty devastating, man. I don't know if there could be a worse problem, because itemization is the entire reason to play an ARPG.
I mean, let me actually try to answer your question fairly. So when I log into Path of Exile, what am I trying to do? I'm trying to make my character stronger. What are the ways to do that? Well, I have skill trees, I have lab ascendancies, and I have items. Those are the ones that immediately come to my mind. Now, we don't have ascendancies in Diablo 4, we just have a class. We have levels which go to the skill tree, so we have that, admittedly in a smaller way, but we do have that. And then we have basically the items that you copy-paste the same ones in your bag. So the question for me is not what is the main point to play the game, it's how do I make my character stronger. And the way that we typically make our character stronger in these games boil down to items, because that's what takes the longest to acquire. Most times you're going to hit level 100 or whatever before you finish creating your items. So itemization ends up being the bottleneck in which we are grinding in basically any ARPG, because in other ARPGs, the items themselves have so many different stats that you can acquire that min-maxing a perfect item is something that rarely happens. For instance, one man on the left just came to my stream he rated the other day and said he now has the best ring on the server for his build. He just got a better ring. That was a big deal because he competed with another guy to get a better ring. That stuff doesn't happen in Diablo, or because everyone has the same items. So there's not this huge level of variance within items that increases the bottleneck. So in Diablo, the bottleneck actually isn't getting the items at all. You end up getting the items very easy. I remember on my Druid, I completed my build at level 38 minus the Ubers. And so I was just like, well, I guess I'm done, and now I have to get 62 levels, and then the game's over. And that's basically what happened for me. So itemization ends up being the reason that people play the game, but the real reason is to get their character stronger.
And one major difference, if we're making a direct comparison from DoE to Diablo, is when I hit level 50, so just talking only about the skill tree, when I hit level 50, my build, like the buttons that I press, is done. In Diablo 4, you need to rest of the time you get in-game Paragon stats, which is fine. But the actual way that I build my character is pretty much set in stone. There will be very few changes later on. Maybe I get a unique here or there, and I swap a couple passive points. I have played, well, I played multiple characters, but I played the vast majority of my time on one character. Started as a rain of arrows to get through the campaign, then I switched to lightning arrow, then I switched to tornado shot, and then you could even say I switched to tornado shot version 2. The amount of time that I have had to spend, even though my tree is fundamentally close to the same, sitting there and meticulously theory crafting, how do I get with my new gear spell suppression cap? How can I reroute 3 or 4 points to get 7% more damage? But then there's another layer of it though, which is a whole new endgame system. Is items are attached to the skill tree. Do you have any idea how much of a power increase I got when I spent probably more than a mirror of currency on my, I think it's called Forbidden Flame, Forbidden Flesh jewels, that which was taken. All these, my charms with additional projectiles. And then every time I did that, then I would say, okay, I got these 2 legendary jewels, but I lost immunity to corrupted blood, which is unacceptable. So I have to go buy this cluster jewel that grants me corrupted blood immunity. Listen, it cost me 100 divines, but I have to keep playing with this power. So, yeah, I mean, to me, even something like the skill tree, like the Paragon board does have a little bit of complexity to it. It's not nothing, but to me, it's very different. It's completely different to me.
Looking at the skill tree in PoE and trying to figure out what to do is how I spend entirely too much of my time in the game. I love it because of the variations in which can be acquired by different classes. The problem that I have is everything in D4 is very synergistic to the point of obvious. So it's, okay, let me go down this skill tree, go down to this items, and the build is built for you, basically, by the end of it. There's not a lot of, variance in the gameplay. A lot of people have the very same journey, which I think is sort of what's trying to be solved with the itemization. Looking at these, though, you know what I'm realizing, though, looking at this, I'm trying to think, okay, so what is actually the solution? You know what I'm realizing is, let's say all of these things stack. Let's say you have the Malignant Hearts, okay, and that mechanic was still there, and it got implemented in the sockets of gear, one of which you could choose to have that power. Then Season 2 with the Vampire Powers come, and it's, okay, Vampire Powers are part of your character and part of your gear. Then this Season 3 comes, and now we have these pets that are part of it. If we had all of these to worry about, the depth of the game gets actually more depth fairly quickly. But in Season 3, we lose Vampire Powers. Malignant Hearts aren't a thing, so it's hyper-focused on just this pet, which means it's the season of the pet. But if this was just one more thing that we were building out, it's actually not, over the seasons, you start to build on it, but we lose out on new mechanics in the game to replace it with another somewhat similar mechanic, so it kind of always ends up like you're focusing on just the one mechanic. I wonder if stacking these mechanics might actually build the depth of the game faster. And then what they do is, instead of okay, we need to balance the items around the monsters, they just do it the other way, where they stack all the mechanics to see, okay, everyone's this strong, now let's make bosses that are difficult for that type of build, or difficult for that type of power level. I don't know if it'd be possible to balance all that with bugs and all that stuff, but it feels like we're building these mechanics for 3 months, and then the core of the game stays exactly the same.
Yeah, so they did bring back Malignant Hearts, kind of. They brought back the rings. They picked a couple of powers, or one power from every class that was really loved, and they brought that back. So that's kind of a way to bring back Malignant Hearts. No news on Vampire Powers continuing, and if nothing else, the League of the Followers in the expansion, we will get some kind of followers in the future. Problem for me DM, is actually a point that you brought up earlier. Yes, it gives us depth in the game. We had to build out the vampire powers to make a super strong character. But in order for that to be implemented into the game successfully, you would have to answer the question, for what? I have a full character with my Varshan ring, and I farmed all of my vampiric powers with metamorphosis and Tibalts. And I have my fully powered pet. And now, instead of one-shotting Burial, I'm still gonna one-shot to do one. Like,
and that's the core issue that we've been complaining about since day one. And that's why I thought that's what they were adding, because they consistently, every single time they do an interview or go on stage, you know, and I love to hear it because it sounded like communication when they say in-game. But, you know, I'm sorry, this pet is not in-game. This is a pet for early to mid-game, which is cool. I don't hate the pet, but it's not going to make me stay in the game longer than Season 2 made me stay in the game. I like Season 2. I actually thought Season 2 was a staunch upgrade over Season 1, in my own personal opinion, alright? But Season 3 is going to make me play as long as Season 2 did. The goal should be to play longer each season.
And one thing I want to clarify on about the comment I made earlier about the skill tree difference. I was drawing a comparison to how much more complicated and in-depth PoE tree is, like the journey with your build at Diablo 4. Wouldn't say that is strictly better, and it's certainly not better for most casual players, which is an important part of the gaming community. So I'm not here saying that Diablo 4 just does everything wrong, and it's complete failures, and Diablo 4 should just make another PoE. No, it should be a different game. It's fine. But I think there's probably some kind of middle ground here where most people do not want to do what DM says that he loves to do. Most people don't like to sit there, and they don't have the time to sit there all day and stare at your tree and get everything correct. Most people wouldn't even realize in PoE that removing a certain jewel for a better jewel bricks your guy in some other way. For example, how many times, DM, as a new player, have you switched a gem around, upgraded a gem, switched a node in your passive tree, and all of a sudden didn't have enough int or strength to wear some of your items? You had to sit there for 15 minutes trying to figure out where the hell did I lose these stats. You know, casual players do not want to deal with this, so it's not like
I'm not mad at casual players having an ARPG. I'm upset that both casual players and hardcore players don't have the same ARPG. I would argue that Path of Exile is not casual friendly, but that doesn't mean it's not a good game for casuals. Casuals can play AR Path of Exile, and they can enjoy Path of Exile. They're just not going to enjoy it on the same level as someone that's got 30 hours a day to play. So for me, it's like I completely understand and agree with your point, but Path of Exile is fundamentally an amazing fucking game for anyone who picks it up, and it depends upon how much they want to engage with it. But the game itself is good. You just have to get into it and actually play the game. So I'm cool with this, but like I say, Castle Clashers also exists on the Xbox Arcade, and you can just play that too. I'm not mad at that game existing either, but it's Diablo, it's an ARPG, and I would think the people that play it want that. You know, that's kind of where I come at it with it. It just kind of it makes me hope that the in-game that's added with the Gauntlet is, if the Gauntlet's really good, then it could actually be like not that bad. Like if the Gauntlet's good, maybe I'm back to my cold game review here, but like the Gauntlet's good. We still haven't seen the Gauntlet, right? Like am I mistaken in saying no gameplay of the Gauntlet could be cool?
Gauntlet could be cool. I've learned to, again, I can't say this enough times, I've learned of the vampire theme to not judge it before I try it. I think the pets will be pretty cool. I know some people that play PoE casually that do enjoy watch that video than I thought they were going to. And a lot of those people don't have all day to play. I definitely still double down on the fact that PoE has got to be one of the least friendly games for casuals. It takes so long just to get through the acts 1 to 10 that the fact that most casuals, I think Chris Wilson in an interview said 87% of the people that download Path of Exile and log into a character do not finish Act 1.
Yeah, that's true.
So,
unfortunately, that's true.
This is one thing I'm sorry, but I'm just not going to let Path of Exile off the hook here. Your game, I do not think is casual friendly. So that doesn't mean that there don't exist casuals that enjoy it. But in the grand scheme of things, Diablo 4 is casual friendly. Diablo 3 is maybe the most casual friendly game ever made because they give you a full set in 2 seconds. PoE is not casual friendly.
Maybe that's just what it is. Maybe it's the type of thing where it's like, oh well, that's what it is. It's a game designed for that type of player, which is sort of my original take on the game. And then you hear the updates that they state, and I was thinking, okay, well maybe they're making it for the other type of community because that's what it seemed like. But the answer is no. It's just kind of originally what everyone thought. Before, which is world, I guess. I wonder if Last Epoch's gonna be more in the middle. You think Last Epoch's casual friendly enough? We both played that one the game. It seemed like it was fairly easy to learn. It had a decent amount of depth with it.
I think Last Epoch is pretty easy to pick up. People will find it overwhelming that people might find it initially overwhelming that every skill has a tree, an entire tree. And also, when you're leveling up your points, you get multiple options. You like ascend, and then you have to pick between where you would put your points. Another decision that you have to make. And then a lot of people, the crafting system is, in my opinion, very easy to learn, very easy to use, but I think some people might have a problem just initially engaging with it for fear of like messing something up. But in general, if people can get past those relatively small things, I think people are really going to enjoy Last Epoch and they're going to enjoy the process of learning. I think PoE just seems so daunting, and you finally get something set up, and then you have to change it all. And, oh no, you made this mistake, so you lost 20% of your damage, and you lost immunity to corrupted blood because you thought this was an upgrade, but you actually bricked your characters, so now we have to redo it. Download POB. No, dude, trust me, POB is really easy. Yeah, just click these 17 buttons.
No,
it's
right.
not calculating correctly. No, include total DPS. No, it's easy, man. Trust me. It's just a bunch of fun.
No, you're right. I'm just on my Path of Exile high because the game's fucking good, but you're actually completely correct at this point. It's not friendly for casuals. I ran into multiple times where I fucked up my character by doing something dumb, and then basically there's 13 different programs you have to install, and each one of them has their own learning curve.
The armor on the belt.
There's pathability, and there's the Discord or whatever you're supposed to go that I still haven't even bothered to learn. No, you're right. I can see the point.
It's okay, but yeah, the question was, do I think Last Epoch will be pretty beginner friendly? I think the hurdles that you have to overcome to get ingratiated into the game are much smaller.
About the gauntlet, though, we still have no footage of the gauntlet, right?
Yeah, I think it's like a challenge rift. I did the challenge rift for 20,000 years, so I think it's just a really quick nightmare dungeon just to see how fast you can do it. It's very interesting though, because in the challenge rift, everyone had the same build. So people have PTA. Are you familiar? You said you played a lot of Diablo 3. Did you do the challenge rifts?
Some of them. I did spam or something, but I've done them before.
So you understand the concept that everyone gets the same build.
Yeah, it's like it's almost like less hard PvP. You go with a pre-bet.
So here's the thing: people need to separate their PTSD from what's going on. If you ask people, do you want to do the challenge rift with your build or a preset build? Almost everyone is going to say they want to use their own build. And that's fine. That's logical. The thing about using your own build, though, is it introduces the problem that you and I were speaking about how unfair it's going to make it for when the gauntlet actually comes out. People have been fed 10,000 Duriel kills, they have a full set of all the Uber uniques, and they have 925 gear from everything, da-da-da-da-da, and, well, they have the most broken-ass build, and then they win. It's not a surprise. So if you made the suggestion, well, let's give everyone the same build. Everyone got the same build on the same rare. Let's see who can actually press the buttons the fastest. Knee-jerk reaction, especially from anybody that played Diablo 3, is, oh no, Rap, fuck that. I went years and years and years doing the challenge rifts, and Blizzard makes the most absolute dog shit builds ever. I'm not playing that witch doctor that gets one-shotted that does no damage. Well, one thing that they could do that would be cool is, if they don't even have time to do it themselves, they could reach out to the community. And the community could make really cool builds. Like, try ball. This week is ball lightning sorcerer. This week is infinimus. This week is pulverized druid. Make an actual build that doesn't suck. By the way, the Diablo 3 team knows the Challenger system blows the team in Diablo 3. They're aware of that. But a lot of people will say, let me use my own build, but if you made a fixed build, then the gauntlet would actually be, in my opinion, a lot more fun, because then it's not about going to farm the Uber uniques for a month and then coming back to win. You know what I mean?
The reward is related to the gauntlet. I know there's ranking icons. They broke this down a little bit. I rewatched the BlizzCon thing recently, sort of in anticipation, because I thought we were going to be talking more about the gauntlet today. But I didn't remember seeing.
Chaos Orb. Chaos Orb. Fire Orb. Chaos Orb. Chaos Orb. Orb of Fusion. of alchemy. Chaos Orb. Orb of fusing. Orb of fusing. Orb of fusing. Orb of fusing. Chaos Orb. Orb of alchemy. Chaos Orb. Chaos Orb. Orb of Alchemy. of alchemy. Chaos of fusing. Far Orb. Chaos Orb. Chaos Orb. Regal Orb. Regal Orb. Chaos of fusing. Chaos of fusing. Chaos Orb. Chaos Orb. Orb of Alchemy. Chaos Orb. Chaos Orb. An orb of immense power. Chaos Orb. Chaos Orb. Orb of Alchemy. Chaos Orb. Divine Orb. Such grace is seldom seen. Chaos Orb of the Damned. Chaos Orb. Chaos Orb. Orb of Fusing. divine orb. Such grace is seldom seen in this world of the damned. Chaos of alchemy. Chaos of alchemy. An orb of immense power. Chaos Orb. chaos orb. blessed orb. Orb of alchemy. Chaos orb. Chaos orb. Var orb. An orb of immense power. Regal orb. chaos all. Chaos or alchemy. Far orb. Chaos orb. Orb of fusing. Chaos Orb. Val Orb. Chaos Orb. Chaos of Alchemy. Val Orb. Chaos Orb of Fusing. Val of Alchemy. Chaos Orb. Chaos infusing. Chaos infusing. Such grace is seldom seen in this world of the damned. Orb of alchemy. chaos of alchemy. Chaos Orb of Fusion. Chaos Orb. Orb of Fusion. Chaos Orb of Fusion. Chaos Orb. Chaos Orb of Fusion. An orb of immense power. Orb of Fusion. Val Orb. An orb of immense power. Of immense power. Divine orb. Such grace is seldom seen in this world of the damned. Chaos orb. Orb of fusing.